Right. Right. Oh, wrong way.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the... Please visit us again.
Aj, aj, aj. Why is it white? Hmm. Yeah, it's the wrong setup. God damn it.
aerospace industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Shields are on. Shields are on. Takeoff cut. Landing gear raised.
Alright. I should make it. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Christopher? How you doing? Today's plan is to farm a little because there was a wipe, so everything got reset. I got some money from the missions I did, the priority missions, the Xeno threat, but that's now finished. So now I need to get some PS action going. And there's like a bunch of other missions that I have to try. I have never like encountered even. You want money? I can donate 15 million. Nah, that would ruin my experience now. Please don't. I like getting stuff myself, otherwise it's kind of boring. So yeah, Xenothreat is done. I was hoping to maybe raid the ASD facilities for some armor and weapons, but I don't know how to get to them now, because usually when you got the marker from a mission, missions are no longer available, so... What the fuck is investigation? Onyx personal files. Oh, let's try that. Go to Onyx facility. That sounds good. Why is it an invalid target? I guess we go here first then. Bunny in Pyro. Bunker mission. Lots there. Wait. Is this Pyro? No, that's Stanton. Okay. Bunny in Pyro. Okay, what are bunker missions? I don't think I ever done those. So should I go to Pyro? Google. Bunny. New Bunny Corporation. Also, that's the quest giver. Google that. Okay. Football banning orders. Those are not the results I wanted. What the fuck is that? Okay, let's add Star Citizen. They have high rank stuff, blueprints, armor, guns, and ship. Oh! Yeah, I need those. Money too. Okay. Do I need like reputation for it? I suspect I will need some reputation. Yeah. Can't find the new bunny stuff. There's loads of stuff about Pyra, about everything. New bunny does not come up anywhere. Let's put that into quotation marks. Yeah. Alright. I'm just gonna go to Pyro and we'll see.
Hey, thanks for picking this up. Name's Arkin Mallow. Ocro's dropped this case on me, so I'll be running ops on this side. You got the high level from the brief, but the client's interested in looking into a Dr. Logan Yorrit. He's one of Associated Science and Development's big brains who's been catching some flack ever since it came out that he was crushing baby worms over at their Lazarus sites. You're heading to a decommissioned ASD facility.
Oh, that's the quest marker.
Yorrit's first official post. Client thinks Yorrit may have been shady back then and wants to know what he got into there. This place may be closed, but it's probably not empty, so bring some protection. I'll get in touch when you get outside.
Right. We get rid of this contract then. Abandon. Fuck you. There we go.
Look, if you can't do it, you can't do it, but in the future, don't take on a job if you can't see it through.
How about you go suck my dick? Ace bitch. Right. So let's see. Citizen. Banker. It's mercenary war. Okay. Cool. Almost there. Eye tracker is freaking out.
Quantum drive is now off.
Will they allow me to move? Oh no, you. Let's get up to speed. There you go. Okay. Almost perfect. There we go. Let's go through the asshole. Space anus. Yeah, the controls here feel very floaty. Can't see shit, what the hell? Oh, there we go. Welcome to Pyro. Now, what is that?
Bottom drive is now on. Bottom drive is
Okay,
now on.
just to be safe. Right, I just watched a video a few days ago on New Bunny rep and now I can't find it either. Yeah, like, I even put the New Bunny in quotation marks, which should give you results that only the results that contain that word. There was nothing except for like Indian businessman. Right, contract. Offers. It's mercenary work. Well, there's only one mission, so unless I have to be at a certain planet, because that's a thing as well, isn't it? Oh. I think that feels new. I'm not sure. Either way, I may have hallucinated the 3 hours video. Sir, are you an AI? So, bunker missions, but that's not Pyro. Okay, whatever. So, let's start by establishing a base. So, checkmate. We go to checkmate. This way.
Bottom drive is now on.
There we go. UGF alert. Headhunter Citizens for Prosperity. Multi-objective complex clear. Destroy supply infrastructure, kill defendants. Yeah, that's my stuff. Seize data bot from bunker. Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess we just do the mission. Refueling missions. Salvage. I guess I'll take that. Okay, so checkmate will be fine. Bonox.
Bottom fuel is at 75%.
Yeah. Checkmate will be fine. Right. Just need to get there. Do do do. I should have my tablet. Be right back. Right. The tablet is empty, so I have to charge it. That's $1 million mission in next data card. It's doable with 2 people, but it is a ranked mission, I think. What the fuck is a ranked mission? High reputation rank. Ah, okay, so I need rep for it. That's fine, I mean, I can start small, it's fine. As long as I get to kill something and get some loot. Because I got nothing right now.
Bottom drive is down off.
Excuse me, what the fuck happened? Oh no, that... Yeah, that is checkmate, okay. We do this so we don't crash. Yeah. Wow, this place is killing my FPS. Yeah, like, what the hell? Oh, there's probably loads of people since I'm in a queue. Question is, do I have to land? Like in a hangar? To hangar anyway. Oh, easy, easy, easy. Oh,
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
I fucked it up a little. Okay, so let's refuel, just in case.
Quantum fuel is at 100%.
Yeah, got like 50 FPS here.
Engines are off.
I missed the mark big time. That's the cargo. Yeah.
Welcome to the A-Stop vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle has been moved to the exhibitors again. Goodbye.
Yeah, good enough. Oh yeah. Fucking checkmate. I think they modeled it on Detroit in the United States. Holy, my FPS. 40 FPS, man. Damn. That is bad. Going into 30s. So let's check in. I need insurance. The shop. There we go. Okay, imprint transferred and just in case I need these. Forgot to buy some crews. Just bad. Let's go shopping. First of all, I need ammunition. And I need the SRT removed. There we go. Need some marks. Rating Gunster has Star Wars like armor. Which one? Like the Stormtroopers? Personal weapon, attachments. Especially if you buy white. Yeah, for now I'm using the Microtech armor. It was from some sort of event. I like it. I will change it. I probably have to go for heavy armor. It's in medium. Oh,
How about you? You got? I think that guild membership's coming up soon.
MG.
So it's kind of like a slip.
FS9.
That seemed like cool. Some things of opportunities, you know.
P6, P8, P8. It's not sold. It's from a event. That was, I think it was like Alliance Aid, but like a previous stage where we had to collect resources to make the regeneration possible. I have Hearthstone armor like that, Microtech armor, and there's another Hearthstone armor that I have because Hearthstone collected the most resources in general. So there was like additional, also some skin, ship skins as well, or paints, whatever you want to call them. It just started a few weeks ago. Okay, cool. What you start with? Prism laser, pulse, quartz SMG, but that's not what I'm using. Parallax. This is my ammo.
Sure thing.
Okay. The weapon I have is also Microtech. So, this is what it looks like. And the weapon itself is also Microtech colors. Red Med device, that's from Alliance Aid. My multiple tool is also Microtech. Fairly sure these things are unobtainium now. Okay. Okay. That's ammo. This way? Yeah, this way. I need sustenance, I need water.
What can I do for you?
I could do a CZ as well. Haven't done a CZ in a long while.
Welcome.
fire extinguisher.
What would you like?
Boom tube. You can just buy it now. Hell yeah.
Sure thing.
Have to buy myself one before I leave Pyro.
How can I help you? Hi. Thanks for coming in. Sure thing.
Use. Fuse.
What can I get you?
Hello.
Repair.
Thanks
Okay.
for coming in. Hi. Thanks for coming in. What can I get you?
So.
What would you like?
Oh, I
Okay.
need to go to cargo, I think. There might be some crews there. So, Christopher, do you know why I want to get crews instead of like any other sort of fluid, water or anything like that? Why crews specifically?
Why buy something?
Right. Refinery, cargo deck. Let's try cargo deck first. Oh yeah, this looks like the streets of Paris right now. Yes. Yes. It does both in one package. There we go. Okay. Anything else useful here? Nope. Okay. Got sustenance, got ammo, got health.
How are you getting by?
I'm glad people finally figured out that these frontier fighters
Almost
Let's
full.
take things a day at a time, right?
Okay, we are ready. Solo medivac. So, what ship have you got? Ah, yes. Right. What? You started a few weeks ago and you already have Perseus, Hermes, Maul, Corsair, and Aurora Mark II. I assume the Aurora is your starting package. Holy shit, you spent a lot of money quickly. Was it so dark in here?
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Shields.
Okay. We did the Xenothreat mission 30 times, 1 million bunker mission, other people helped. So I assume Aurora Mark II is your starter. I didn't know you can buy Perseus for credits. Made 100 mil, I have 25 extra. That's good.
Take off.
It's better than me. Damn.
Landing gear raised.
Okay. Monox. Let's go. 18. Oh. Okay. Hermes as well, I assume then. More Corsair. 39 mil for Perseus. Okay. Not bad. That's some good money. The most I've made was like 40 mil, I think. And I was mostly doing salvage with a reclaimer. Luckily I never needed that much. Alright. We're almost there.
Auto drive is now off.
You don't help today with anything. I mean, if you want to tag along, I don't have like a solid plan or anything. But if you want to tag along, yeah, sure, why not? Should be fun. Okay. Yeah. Get some food. Way too hot though. Tu-tu-ru-tu-ru-tu-du.
Auto drive is now off.
Tu-tu-ru. To mix it. Oh yeah, way too hot. Okay. 30 clicks out. I wonder if it's going to be hostile. I have to go to the store right now and be back. The Pershas turret size 8. Yeah. Oh, you mean you have to buy new turrets or size 8? Yeah, I think that's correct. With Perseus. Right. Well, whenever you're ready. For now, I will just continue this mission. I feel like it unlocks stuff. There's like caves everywhere. What the caves do? Oh, like IRL stuff. Yeah, that's fine. It's absolutely Amyoshi Plague. What the fuck is this?
Shields and armor. Landing gear deployed.
Yes. Perseus has 2 turrets.
Landing.
It's a 2x2 size 8.
System off.
Oh,
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
what the
System
fuck is
down.
going here? Okay.
Engines are off. Not the best landing. Oh yeah, that's okay. Oh. Fuck. What have I done? Don't fall. There we go. Am I able to leave? Okay, I am able to leave. Amyoshi Plague. Not nearly as ominous as its name. The Amyoshi Plague is a invasive lichen that grows. Oh, some fucking retarded plant. Okay. So caves I assume are like for mining by hand or with the exosuit. Yeah. Okay.
visuals are bugging out. Yeah, leaving the cave isn't as easy though. There we go. The fast ramp.
Engines are on. Takeoff complete.
What's my fucking quest? Chillin. Don't harm allies, don't harm non-combatants. Hostile remaining, okay. Like this? Near Young's place. Oh my god, the map is fucked. Yeah. I assume that's it then. Whoa, my FPS. Twenty FPS, what the fuck is happening?
Landing complete. Engines are off.
19, what the fuck? Huh? I got some FPS back. Temperatures seem fine.
Eh?
Pretty wild.
How's
There's
it
no
going?
hostiles. They're doing fine. I think the mission might be fucked.
Hey.
Oh shit, that's a hypercube. What the hell? Okay. These are weird. Let's leave.
Engines are on. Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised. Shields are off.
There we go. So it was at the wrong place.
a starfarer. Unlikely to attack me. Welcome back, Chinese farmer. Hey, hello, Roland. How you doing? There's supposed to be some hostiles here. These are friendly. That's a clipper. What the fuck are the enemies? I'm replaying an old game. Which one? There's plenty of old games worth replaying. The question is which one? And I swear to God, if you're going to tell me about some game that came out like 10 years ago, that's not an old game. I'm just hoping not to hear something that came out when I was already an adult. Oh no. Not old, man. Please. It's not old. Nice. Hardcore mode. Good luck. On the ground elevator, if it's stuck, call it up, look away, fast call it up until it works. Where the fuck is an elevator here? I have to up the brightness.
An elevator, eh? Yeah, I don't see an elevator here at all. Oh, I'm not doing a cargo mission, no, it's a mercenary work. I'm just looking for the enemies to kill, but they don't seem to exist. It's only been 8 years, dude. Yeah, it's not that old, man. What? Okay. Well, we start over. That was unlucky. Very unfortunate. Very Star Citizen-like. Well, I got annihilated by physics. Yeah, my supplies are gone. Still have ammo, which is good. Yeah, I don't see any enemies here to fight.
Engines are on. Takeoff complete.
Potential Marok location. What is that? I think there are some hostiles there. Maybe, possibly. That's a pretty strong wind.
Landing gear raised.
I don't see any hostile force. Fucking wind is annoying, man.
Shields are off.
Wait, what? Endgame. Wow. Where's the beacon at?
Landing gear deployed. Landing gear raised.
Where's the beacon? Okay. Let's look at the contract. Clear a remote outpost near Young's place on Pyreto of all hostiles. Okay. So I need a remote outpost. Hmm. Why is it going down all the time? Holy. Yeah. I think the mission is broken. There's nothing here.
Landing gear deployed.
What?
Landing complete.
Wow.
Engines are off.
What the fuck are you complaining about? It's fine.
Man, are you hostile? Meh. What the fuck are the hostiles? There's nothing here. I think the mission is broken.
Hey there.
Oh, there's actually more mercenary missions now. Hmm. Da da da.
Hi.
Where are the reputations at? Refueling protocol. Uh-huh. Maybe contracts? No. Oh, rep. Obviously. Oh. It's not much in here. Okay, it seems I just have to start doing stuff. Shipment recovery. Pilot in distress. This could be good. An asteroid base hangar. Uh. Aha, occurred that Metron ran the bullet, the rest of them would break apart. We're told you can find the dude around an asteroid base. Head over there and take care of it. So that's an asteroid base again. Let's take that. Well, not all of them. But historically, Russians did not act the best in most countries that they visited or moved to. So there's history. Right, let's take off.
Engines are off. Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
There we go.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now on.
Mm-hmm. So unsettling that I still can't see anything. Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete. Engines are off. Shields are Knowledge Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Oh, come on. Thank you.
Got some trouble brewing. Looking into it now.
So I have to take him out. Okay, he's out.
Okay, let's do this. Special delivery. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
God damn it. God damn it. And I'm dead. Holy. I remember it being kinda easier. Good thing is, I'm in a medivac, so I can respawn next to it. So none of it matters. This is why I have that ship. But yeah, open space with nowhere to hide, that's what happens. I just need to respawn, which takes a while. There we go. Trying to damage my ship. Just open the fucking inventory. What the hell is going on? Okay, I got everything. Okay. Slowly thinning them out. So, do they have any useful loot? Shotgun mags. Meh. This is not PvP, but if I were to do PvP, it would look like this. But you can also like do ship-to-ship combat when it comes to PvP. It's they're NPCs. It's not like playing with bots where you start a server and load out bots. It's just a open world game, and there are some players in it, and there's plenty of NPCs in it. If I were to do something that other players want to do, they would probably try to kill me, and I would try to survive. Eh? Oh, I don't think I can take that. That's the empty one. Oh, what the fuck? Can't take it off? That's odd. What is going on? Honestly. Whatever. Shotgun mags. And there's something there. AO3, that's shit. No, don't pick that up. Okay. Loot the boss now. And he doesn't seem to have anything important. Yeah. Damn. They could make pizza in here. Okay. I think it's time to leave. There was a shotgun, right? That is not a shotgun. Ah, they're not growing marijuana, they're just trying to survive in a harsh environment. Which is pointless because I just killed them, so eh. That's just life, isn't it? Yeah, that's a Karna rifle. I don't see any Karna mags though. Looks like an orb. Some of these weapons look quite familiar. Others not so much. What the fuck? Where's my backpack? Fuck. Stop using the weapon. Okay. Fuck do you mean unequipped? That's not what I wanted. I'm struggling with the UI. It's acting as if I have no backpack on. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, go on. Maybe my ship can fix it. What the fuck do you mean external? I think the storage is completely fucked. I need to relog, it seems. Why is it so fucking dark everywhere? This is supposed to be a fucking hospital ship. No. No. None of these.
Engines are on.
Okay. So what's my story about guns and games, Colin? So you were gonna say something and then you didn't. There's an indie project called Oceanic by Warner Brothers. Word B, I guess. It's a shooter, but instead of borrowing designs and repurposing them for creating futuristic weapons, they decided to design all weapons in the game as logically realistically as possible. We'll see about that. The gun community loves taking apart video game weapons. Just like the fencing community loves to shit all over like fantasy swords and shit. So we'll see how they fare. Right. And during the development process, they posted some gun designs, including a shotgun called EPM 28, Mastodon. Okay. Right. Let's take off.
Take off. Landing gear raised.
Need to get into space. And a Russian toy company contacted them about a collaboration, but it was ultimately dropped. So the Word B company, where are they from?
Shields on.
Let's see, Word B. Word B game company. Word B Studios. Okay. Working on Oceanic, yeah, sure. Where the fuck are you guys from? Oh, they didn't pay for their domain. RIP? I think the company might be no more. But Phoenix, Arizona, United States. So yeah, I imagine they can't even collaborate with a Russian company due to the war in Ukraine. this. Oh, okay, lie down. There we go. I'll do this. Maybe that fixes it. Ay, ay, ay. Nothing is working today. God damn it. There we go. Got my backpack back. Thank fuck for that. Okay. Next mission done. And then the famous Russian arms manufacturer took the design of that gun from the game, turned it into a real gun, and commercialized it. Kalashnikov concern, I think so. Yeah, I mean, Russia is a lawless place. It's a fucking joke of a country. Right, next mission. Contracts. Mercenary. Did I get any rep with them? Citizens for Prosperity. Yes, I did. So I need to do Citizens for Prosperity missions, I think. Secure data, although the encryption is strong, it's only a matter of time before we're able to access it. Before that happens, we need you to go to Pyro 1 and destroy all traces of the information from their servers. Yes, accept. Sounds fun. Oh, what the fuck, man? Why is everything fucking broken today? Apparently I don't have a contract. It's fucking stupid. And it's gone. The coolest mission is gone. Yeah. Okay, asteroid belt. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. It's recovering. Nope. Pilot in distress. Oh, these missions are shit. They're incredibly bad. Well, generally speaking, the story isn't very interesting. It just shows how much power military companies have in Russia. It's more the fact that they can do whatever the fuck they want, because like Russia has some laws, but those laws don't exactly exist. It's all bullshit. The law is applied selectively, so only certain people have to follow the law. It's more like the law exists just so they can imprison you if they deem that they want to imprison you. But you can break pretty much all the laws and they will not do anything unless you anger some people. It's an oligarchy. It's a joke of a fucking country. Like, the reason Russia is struggling in Ukraine is mostly due to the fucking corruption. Their equipment is just fucking gone. Council script. I don't give a fuck about that. There's so little citizens for prosperity stuff. I'll take this.
Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now on.
Right. Let's kill some shit. Sun is strong today. And chat turned German.
think I'm very good at storytelling. I guess only the rocks wouldn't sleep listening to me. Nah, it's fine. The story is fine. But yeah, I guess people that aren't from like Eastern Europe don't really understand Russia. Like the story is cool. They made cool weapons, and the Russian company just took the design and commercialized it to like sell it as essentially merchandise. But that's the thing about Russia. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's kind of like China. Because normally you would just sue them for that. It's like copyright infringement. But you can't because it's Russia. The law doesn't exist in Russia. Right. Now I have to enter this base. I'm fairly sure it's defended, which is not something I fancy. Oh shit, I'm being attacked.
Shields are up.
I'm getting slaughtered out here. Need to get a vector up. What the fuck attacked me? Why can't I scan? What is going on, man? Is my radar gone?
Radar out.
That's an Aurora, I think.
Shields damaged.
really go there.
Shields damaged. Enemy down.
Get fucked. That's an AA turret. I'm too far out. Okay. Should now disembark. Ah, that was too slow. I love the Hermes with a great ship. Yeah, it's the same same platform, but this is a Medivac, Apollo Medivac. But yeah, it's the same platform. I liked Hermes as well, but the lighting is broken on them. But yeah, the Medivac is my favorite like daily ship for like doing stuff. Unless you need to haul something, then obviously you pick another ship. Yeah, Medivac is great, especially that you can have a tier 1 bed, tier 3 bed, tier 2 bed. Well, you can have, I usually run it with 3 tier 3 beds and 1 tier 1 bed. It's useful. And the cockpit is nice, you have really good visibility out of it. The design looks, the ship looks sick. Well, most of RSI ships look good. Chilla's Turtle, nice name. Yeah, I approve as well. So yeah, Medivac is like my daily runner. I have Tiburon as well, for like combat shit. I'm still running Freelancer, max cargo runs, trying to save up, kind of an odd one. It's a bit shit at loading it. Like loading a freelancer is kind of annoying. I should have just rented an Argo Raft. Yes, you should. Super fast, super easy to load. And you can do automatic loading with it as well. But I like how the Misquan feels. I'm going on a camping trip after the drop-off. Yeah, it's cool. I'm buying an Argo Raft next. 2.5 milli soon. Okay. Yeah, Raft is really good value. It's actually insane. Like, it used to be kinda meh, but like a couple of months ago it got a big upgrade where they essentially doubled the cargo capacity on that shit. And that made the Raft pretty much the best money per SCU hauler you can buy. Super and you can like load it super fast, unload it even faster. It's such a crazy cool game. You're literally just pulling yourself in space on a fat rock. Yep. I love the sandbox aspect. I can just take shit that does something and apply it to whatever I want. Like yesterday I was fighting an Idris in a mission with some other dude. And you know what we decided to do? It failed, but I know you can do it. We decided to board the Idris to kill the pilot. Like, what other game allows you to do that? It feels like playing Sea of Thieves or Arcade or something like that. I would melt my Lancer for a Golem OX. Golem Ox, I guess. For the next refresh if I could. I have to take a minute, like I'm walking around in real life and smell the rolls like them. I have free will, I can do whatever fun shit. Yeah. Did you get the butcher's helmet? No. I don't even know what that is. Unless you mean the rewards from the event that's going on, then I have all of them technically. Because I finished the event. I'm like 100%. Oh, yeah, I forgot I'm in space. I have to do this. Where's the journal? There we go. Is that a threat? Yeah. Plus that laser on the nose sells for 10 plus. Oh, no. Like, we tried to board it, but in the end we weren't able to. Like, it's clearly possible, you can do it. And I've seen videos of people doing it, so I know it's possible. We failed because the Idris, even though it had like damaged engines and everything, once we got close it just started moving too much. And we didn't have small enough ship to fly into its cargo bay. So I would have to EVA out and it didn't work because like when EVAing you're just too slow. Yeah, but I've seen people doing it. It's very much possible. You can actually solo that mission doing that. You just have to open the cargo bay or some other port to the Idris, fly in, kill the captain, mission done. It's such a cool thing because you use just your regular game mechanics to do the mission in a different way. And they didn't block it, whereas most developers I think would just block that because it feels too easy to them or whatever. And CAG didn't, because that's kind of the point of the game. It's supposed to be a sandbox. I'm looking for an entrance to this base. I should have taken the fire extinguisher road, would have been faster. Right. I'll go there, I guess. 350 meters. Da, 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 da. It's a bit slow. If I had the fire extinguisher, I would have been faster. Oh, hello. What is that? Is that an entry point? By any chance? Whoa! I don't think that shit is finished. The scale of this entire thing makes me think of one of those asteroids in Gundam. Yeah, true. There's someone's ship here. No one inside. That's the hangar thingy. Where's the fucking entrance, man? Helmets are super cool, but I suck at light fighters. Yeah, same. I need size for weapons and armor until I can get good. Yeah, that's why I use Tiburon for most of my fights. This is like Space Subnautica. Yes, definitely. I'm still waiting for there to be more content in Subnautica too. I checked it like a couple of days ago. There's some new stuff, just not enough to play again. But yeah, as soon as there is new stuff, like if I can go to the middle tree or something, so I can progress my tech tree in Subnautica, I will be playing Subnautica then. So how the fuck do I enter this shit? Huh. Wait. Yeah, these always have like very hard entrances. Hard to find entrances. That's my medivac. I fear the entrance might be completely on the other side. Huh. I don't like it. I don't like those missions. Like, I feel like I'm wasting time just looking for the entrance. Ah, yeah. Yeah, same. My friends and I played for like 2 days and made it to the end almost. And had a lot of fun, but I could go for more content and more threads. Yeah, I would hope they would let us listen to music inside a spacesuit. This would be chill if I had built-in vape and some tunes. Just floating through space on my badass ship. Probably give me the VR Matrix neck plugin. Yeah, like fucking Sword Art Online or some shit. Or Matrix, yeah. I'm actually like sort of considering maybe getting a VR headset. They're getting less and less expensive and much better. So maybe they're not that bad of an idea now. I have a Quest 3 my brother gave me and it's fucking cool. Yeah, I bet. I was thinking about Big Screen Beyond 2. I have a couple of videos on my channel of like 2-3 VR games I've played. Man, I wish I could play like Beat Saber. So I'm like thinking about either Beyond 2 from big screen or wait for the Valve thingy to release and see if it's any good. The Valve thing might be good. Wait and see Valve, that's winning strat. Yeah. That's my point. I also want to get the Valve Steam controller, but they sold out in like half an hour, and I'm not willing to pay the fucking scalper prices, where they cost like 5 times as much as they should. Fuck that. In Valve, there is high likelihood of it being solid. Rip Scorpion from the... Yeah. Well, it has high likelihood of being good. It might be expensive though. But if it's not, then I think the play is to get a big screen Beyond 2. I think it's the best VR headset right now on the market.
Shields damaged.
Okay. The rest has to be EVA. I love this elevator as well with the frosted glass. It really gives you that hospital vibe. Right. I hope they maintain their farm. They kinda fucked up with the steam machine. It's a bit expensive for the performance. It's still the best thing that ever happened to the Linux community, but a bit expensive. Although it might get better if the RAM prices fall. Because as far as I know, the price is so cooked mainly because the RAM prices went up. I feel like I generally play better when I have the backup of medical bed. Yeah. Kill AI cocks and return DDR5 RAM sticks to reasonable prices. Let me game, let me goon. You don't need that much RAM to goon. But it's like $400 USD for me to get one stick of RAM. I need 2 sticks, brother. Okay, they're missing everything. I'm going to show you something. Like, I am going to show you something. Look at this, my friend. Not 32. 60 fucking 4. And I bought it like 2 months before the prices went up. I got really lucky. I paid about 1200 Polish zloty for it, which is like 200 euro ish. 250. Shells a single tier. And it really helps when playing the fucking Star Citizen. Look how much RAM I'm using already. Like 41.6 gigs taken. Star Citizen itself is taking like 11 gigabytes. So yeah. Alright, where the fuck am I? Oh my god, they're shooting my ship now. Their aim got better. That's insane, I only get 8 gigs of RAM usage when I'm playing SC. Yeah, that's because most of it will be on like page file. I'm on Win 11. I switched a long time ago. Damn it, man. It's like a fucking single turret, man. I might get my ship destroyed, unfortunately. This mission is a disaster so far. Yeah, I'm out of shields, I think. I might not even make it back to the ship. What's your total RAM? Is it like 32 gigabytes? Or 16? What is it? My Star Citizen is using like 11 gigabytes. You would be slightly better off, not much. You still need a lot of RAM. The game itself will use a lot. God damn it, this is my only mode of transportation. Already looks wrecked. I think my ship is cooked already. .9 out of 8. You have 8 gigabytes of RAM. Pieces set up according to my smartphone. Oh shit. And the shields were turned on, they just ran out. Okay, that is no longer a ship, that's a wreck. Okay. Well, I guess I'll do the mission and then steal the ship that I saw next to the hangar door. You have 2 8 gig sticks, yeah, 16 gigs is not a lot for like nowadays. I think like 32 gigabytes nowadays is the minimum you should have. Even in a PC that's mostly doing like office work and stuff like that. That is cooked. Yeah, time for the Hornet. Yep. Right. Let's move forward. I'm still looking for the entrance. I've not even... It's not even recommended. I shouldn't play Star Citizen. I've had some smarter people set my shit up to make it work surprisingly well. Overclocked as fuck. Yeah, same. The thing is, yeah, you can't overclock. Well, you can overclock RAM, obviously, but you can't overclock it in a way that it becomes more memory. So, yeah, you got fucked, honestly. I'm so happy that I bought my PC right before the price hikes. Because I have 64 gigabytes of RAM, and on top of that, I have 2 terabytes of SSDs. Just download it from the internet. Yeah, let's download RAM. I think Fortran tried that a couple of times. It never worked. Oh, what is that? There's another ship here. Okay. Yeah, I will yank one of those. The first need to enter the thing. Also, I cannot die because I don't have a respawn point anymore. Buffet of ships, yeah. Although this looks a bit damaged as well. We'll see. First order of business is finding the entrance, anyway. Or you swap, but in return your SSD will be screaming in pain. Yeah, you'll damage it very quickly as well. Because SSDs are not meant to constantly rewrite its data. I have 2 Samsung's 990s Pro. And I think I could add another 500 gig SSD because I I have it lying somewhere around here. That's also a Samsung 990. Sorry, that's a 980. I love the design, but I don't see the entrance yet, which I do not love. I know the entrance is somewhere around here. Well, there's multiple entrances as far as I remember, but I'm like 99% sure there is one somewhere around this place. That's why it's defended. I also have a Samsung SSD like yours, 1 terabyte. I was lucky enough to buy it before the price skyrocketed. Yeah, like I bought my PC with 2 terabyte SSD, and when I heard the RAM prices are going up due to the the AI boom, I decided to buy another 2 terabytes SSD because I sort of figured that, yeah, that's probably going to go up. And it did. Not as much as RAM, but still. Because memory is just memory. Maybe one of these? Doubt it, but doesn't hurt to try. I'm already floating in space for like 40 minutes. That's a nope. That's one of the nopest nopes to ever nope. I have a Samsung Evo 1 terabyte 990. I have two Samsungs 990 Pros, 2 terabytes each, so in total I have 4 terabytes. I got it on sale. Yeah, good choice though. It's good, good quality for the money. Better that than buying some fucking Kingston shit. I don't have the best opinion about Kingston in general. They kinda make slop. But if you don't have money, I mean, just buy what you can. You know what works better than expensive SSDs? The SSD you can afford, because you will actually have it. That looks very entrancey. I think I finally found it. Kingston is good to third. I think the market should have competition. Yeah, I mean, competition is good. It's just that Kingston is never like the good manufacturer. They always kind of made stuff that works, that's cheap, but it's just not the best quality, you know? It's fine if if you're on a budget, sure, go for Kingston. It will work. But if you want like performance, then Kingston is not the best option. It works best when used with mobile SSDs. I use Adata mobile SSDs. Oh, the SSD box. Yeah, never actually used that. Maybe higher? There's another platform there. This turned out to be a fluke. There's no entrance. Now I'm hoping that one of these platforms will have an entrance. Yeah, that seems to be cooked as well. God damn it. This task, yeah, that's why I hate those missions. Because the mission itself is not bad, but it takes just so much time to find the entrance here. Would have been probably better if I, knew all the entrances. That's it. That's the entrance. That's what I was looking for. But it just takes so much time. Best part is there's like multiple entrances, but I would have to like memorize all the locations. Oh, that's a corpse. Scorched plasma grenade. What? I'll take these. Before AR. Oh yeah, I can't steal that. Okay. Yeah, that used to be a player. Now it's a corpse. There we go. Now, one reason why office games are better than online games. Offline games. Yeah, I guess. In some regards. Now, all of this looks very much dead. There's a reason for concern. That means there are probably other players here.
go! I got your back! Going down.
Uh, 97 shotgun, meh. Custodian. Like a rat in sewers. Ravager. Karna. I'll take that. What do we have? An LMG. No boxes. Wow. Bit odd. Okay, so what we are going to do is this. Why did they not spawn in my inventory? What the fuck happened with those? Maybe they. Uh, oh, my ship exploded. Okay. That's fine. Combine all ammo. Okay, that's nice and combined. Now we do this. Oh, it's a shotgun. Okay, then I don't care. Where the fuck are all the boxes? This feels very empty. Oh, what the hell? What did they explode? I was crawling. Okay, whatever. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, that's a dead end. Right, I need to reach the hangar. Aye. Yeah. Yeah, I've been here. This way. Nope, not this way. I've been here. Don't know who that is, but I'll accept it. The shotgun again. Mr. Nice Name, yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Since I explored all of this already.
Yeah, worry though. It's on now.
Okay, no way to open that. It's probably a way back. A shortcut. Come on, jump over this shit. Okay, seems fine. Maybe we go down? And again, there's nothing else. This place looks like Chernobyl. Yeah, I mean, it's a derelict base. So it looks like Chernobyl for the same reason Chernobyl looks the way it looks. Uh, okay. Clearly not the way to go. Ah, that caught me off guard. That was a fresh spawn of NPCs. Alright. I actually have no idea where to go, huh?
I feel it should be this way. But I don't see any way here. Come on. What the fuck is going on? Why can't I jump? Thank you. Oh, it's the elevator. There we go. Progress. There's the stuff I have to do. No way back. Okay. So let's clear this first. There's my ride. And wanna join? Oh my fucking. It's a bit annoying. A lot of people buy big ships, and big ships require big crews, otherwise the ship doesn't perform very well. And then they're begging people to join their crew. Whereas they should have just bought a smaller ship. It's a hospital elevator. And that's like super aggressive to add someone to friends and then to party just to ask, like, come on, man. You don't do this shit.
Seems very much empty. Seriously? Right. Grenade doesn't work for that. Which is insane. Okay, since it's empty, I can at least finish it quickly. Man, this base seems gutted. No boxes with loot, nothing. Contract complete. Okay. Good stuff. Ah, got a blueprint for that. Nice. That's cool. Now then, am I able to actually leave here? I might be able. Oh. Oh, that doesn't exist. That's a bug. I wonder if this one exists. Nope. That is very much unfortunate. Because that will make it harder to leave. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I need to find another solution. If there were boxes I could move, then that would solve my issue. People are clowning on them. Anyone wanna crew my Aurora? It has 6xc of space. Clowning on those people. Good. Because they are clowns. Yeah, none of this seems movable. Oh well, we'll go to the maintenance shaft, I guess. Security. Oh, that's the beginning. Okay. Okay. I need to find myself a ship now. Either that, or I will just die in space. Which is less than ideal. So let's not die in space. I think I came over from like there or something. Maybe there actually. Okay. There was another ship that was closer, like I can go like all the way around and to the hangar door. But that seems like a long ass journey. This way. Let's try this way. Dun 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 dun. No one else wanna join. BP hunt meet us. Yes, that's the ship. We just have to break in now. We could also make a beacon. It's a bit damaged. That's Origin 180, I think. Okay. It might take a lot of my ammo. Open. Oh wait, I might be shooting the wrong thing. Ramp access. Oh my. I might be cooked. So what the fuck opens here? Cargo? Yeah, this looks like a ramp. I hope that's a ramp. I don't know the ship very well. And I'm out of ammo. Okay, grenades? I don't think that counts. Okay, That's an issue. That is very much an issue. This is bad. I would need a weapon and ammo to maybe open it. That's not a guarantee. God fucking damn it. I have an idea. Create beacon. Refueling service. Okay. Destination. Right. I need a better view. God damn it. Okay, create beacon. Huh. That might not help me. I am officially stranded. Oh, that's bricked anyway. It's not going to work. I can just drag it into the open. Yeah, but that's an issue. Okay. Let's move away. I will fly in this direction. Go to the toilet. So be right back. And then we create a beacon that hopefully someone answers to. Hopefully. So yeah, that's it. I've got nothing to lose, so... While I'm flying, be right back.
It's back. I probably need to be a little more out. What is that? It's not a caterpillar or ironclad. I think that's just some random debris. Did I just see request denied? Did you want me to come and get you? I'm getting guns off of a hammerhead. I just blew it up. Look, if I could get a pickup, that would be lovely. Because as it stands, I don't have enough ammo to break into those ships, and I'm stranded in space. So, yeah, and I refuse to use the self-kill button. But I can pump myself full of drugs. So yeah, there's that. Right, where is... Spectrum. There we go. Sent. And it seems it was accepted. What would be your name, Mr. Christopher? Does it actually say anywhere? Let's refresh. Oh, you're in an org. Wow. United States, California. Cool. Oh yeah, we are playing all on the same servers, I think. But you would have to, well, we have access to the same servers. You would have to like relog into a EU server. Because I am not from the Americas. It's probably fucking obvious from the way I sound.
hold on, I have to unload cargo. Yeah, that's fine, you can unload cargo, that's absolutely fine. All I have to do is join you on your server. Yeah, because it will be a European chart. I'm just looking for stuff. Right. Since we're waiting, I'm going to do a thing. Where is it? There you are. Show me that shit. What haven't I watched it? Okay, that's a stupid enough topic for me.
Of all the internet dinosaurs, they're old. Summer Olympics. Or Games of the Olympiad, is among the most famous and prestigious. And it's generally agreed upon that these Summer Games are one of the most watched repeating events on the planet, with only the FIFA World Cup and the Cricket World Cup being equals. Officially speaking, this event has occurred every 4 years since 1896, minus a few cancelled and delayed games here and there, and sees the world pit nation against nation, in order to see who has the best athletes. And while things can feel quite intense and competitive, we often forget that ultimately, this is just a tournament amongst ourselves. Meaning, no matter what, it's always going to be a Homo sapien that wins, which is a bit rigged if you ask me. But what if it wasn't just modern humans competing? What if we chucked in a now extinct human into the mix? After all, there are so many to choose from, but I think by a landslide, the most interesting to see compete would be the species we can't seem to get enough of, Neanderthals. Undoubtedly the most famous humans, besides, well, ourselves. And thus this would beg the question of, with their hypothetical involvement, would the results of the Olympics be the same? Or would we suddenly be handing out medals to our relatives left and right? After all, while they were the same genus as us, Neanderthals were built very differently, and in many ways were absolute freaks of nature, capable of certain feats that you or I would find superhuman. And because of this, there are a few sports in the Summer Olympics where, regrettably, I think we would be getting absolutely destroyed if Neanderthals made a comeback. Now, one of the first things you notice about these guys is that our ancient cousins were built like little tanks. On average, both the males and females back then were shorter than modern-day humans, with a normal specimen being about 14 centimeters or 5.5 inches shorter than us, while the tallest individuals came in at around 5'10" or 1.78 meters. And yet, one thing that's interesting is that humans at the time were about the same size and height as Neanderthals back then, so who knows how tall they would be if they grew up in our modern environment.
I could use
However,
some
regardless, if we take these ancient Neanderthals, despite this vertical difference in
so
skeleton, which you may consider to be a drawback at first, know
Other
that in
than
reality,
that,
they had an immense edge over us when it came to both thickness and
you can do
robustness,
whatever you want.
typically being far heavier than modern humans, with the males weighing around 83 kilograms or 183 pounds, while the females came in closer to 66 kilograms or 146 pounds. So, in other words, about 20% heavier. And really, virtually every bone within their body was thicker, heavier, and larger than ours, in some cases even being twice as dense, with their shoulders, femurs, arms, ribcage, and kneecaps being particularly well built. And what this implies is that when you add meat and flesh to their bones, you suddenly had an extremely muscular human in a compact stature that naturally was far stronger than we are. In prehistoric times, this strength would have helped with their hunting style, which largely consisted of close-quarter kills on massive megafaunal prey such as mammoths. Now, obviously there are no woolly mammoths in the Olympics, but their raw strength would still come in very handy for the sports that require raw power, with the most obvious example of this being weightlifting. In the Olympics, the premier exercise is the snatch and clean and jerk, a workout that relies on legs, back, shoulders, and core, all of which Neanderthals had, with their shorter size actually being helpful in this area too, creating a shorter lever that needs to be moved in order to complete the rep. And while no one has ever estimated how much a trained Neanderthal could actually snatch and clean and jerk based off of the thickness of its bones, their length, and a Neanderthal's overall build, it has been said that the average male Neanderthal might have been able to bench press up to 500 pounds or 200 kilos, which is, just like lifting a full-on lion. And then the women were freakishly powerful too, possibly being able to clean 350 pounds or 160 kilos based off of the same estimate, numbers that automatically put them in elite modern human standards. And again, that's an untrained Neanderthal. So just imagine what they would be like with human training, diets, and a little bit of juice. We're not talking about apples. Their builds would also make them lethal foes in the wrestling and judo department, where their shorter, ancient heights would help them once more, as it gave them a lower center of gravity that helped for balance, while their pelvises are much wider and stronger than ours, serving as an anchor. Additionally, all those massive muscles I mentioned makes a huge difference in these events, and in life, they often already were tossing around huge amounts of meat. In fact, one article inferring a study on their yearly needs of meat found that your average Neanderthal Joe would have consistently been dragging 50 pounds of meat for over 30 miles, given both the typical range of their hunting operations and the need for multiple meat moving trips back and forth, reflecting that their overall design was based on a life where lifting heavy objects was mandatory, not a choice. What's more is that these guys were designed to get roughed up and just keep going on, with many Neanderthal specimens bearing signs of catastrophic injuries, which they, by the way, seemingly shrugged off like it was a stubbed toe. And to really just drive this home, based on one sample test, researchers found that over 70% of skeletons showed signs of having endured violent animal encounters, such as with big cats, wolves, and bears, and yet somehow walked away alive. And so, if you can get through these animals in a fight, something tells me you can square up with a modern human and do just fine, be it wrestling or judo. And my thought here also extends over to boxing. Now yes, the arm's reach of a modern human would give our fighters a reach advantage, but if you look at guys like Mike Tyson, you find out that height isn't everything in boxing, especially when your thickened body and skull would protect you from punches that would knock most people out in one go. And a good, yet extreme example of how their dense bones could be a huge advantage is seen in one certain American family, who possesses a mutation that has made their bones far denser than normal. And as a result of it, one of the members was able to shrug off a violent car crash with only minor injuries, and another had bones so dense that they were unable to even get a joint replacement, with the bones literally being too hard to drill through. So yeah, pretty big advantage. Plus, their offense is obviously going to be nuts too, with again all those massive muscles and bone structure generating ridiculously powerful punches. So even if one did not have the best technique, I still sure as heck would not want to be on the receiving end. Now, in karate and taekwondo, where kicking is allowed, things would start to get a bit more balanced in our favor, as our longer legs would help us better strike at the Neanderthal and help us keep a safe distance from their strikes. Now, again though, this is talking about ancient Neanderthals, and if we actually took a Neanderthal to the present and had them grow up in our environment, there's no saying how tall they'd be. There's something else about these guys that pretty much just scream that they'd be great at combat sports, is a physical trait found on the cellular level, and it has to do with muscle fibers. In every Neanderthal's muscle, and ours and pretty much every other muscle for that matter, is loads and loads of muscle fibers that can either be fast twitch or slow twitch. Now, fast twitch muscle fibers are better for short bursts of speed and power, as they contract much faster and with more force. And in modern humans, there's already a variable amount, with some people having more fast twitch and others having less. But in Neanderthals, let's just say that they had a very high concentration of these fast twitching fibers, highlighting that they had explosive power. And what's interesting is that even in combat sports today, and many sports where strength, power, and speed are required, we see that these fast twitch fibers are very important, as the majority of elite athletes in these sports have a genotype that actually results in higher amounts of them. And so, when you combine their muscle fibers with their overall large, powerful build, I reckon Neanderthals will do quite well in any Olympic sport where large bursts of energy are a part of the package. And just for a bit of more evidence, these guys are really not so little explosions of energy. Keep in mind they had massive lung capacities, thanks to their giant rib cages, with each Neanderthal holding up to 9 liters of air, which is, for perspective, 50% greater than an adult human male.
Which they need.
And to help move this air, Neanderthals also had those classic giant noses.
Which they need because fast twitch fibers in your muscles are much less oxygen efficient. Which is why women, for example, are better than men at cardio. But men are better at like raw strength, but in shorter bursts.
They allowed for air intake and exhalation at about 100% of the speed of a regular human, helping their maximum oxygen intake, carbon dioxide removal, and boosting energy production. And so this would only serve to help make them even better in many of the faster paced events, including shorter races and certain cycling events. And of course, when on bikes, you'd also see their huge quads come into play, which, when trained, I would imagine to be looking like some absolute titanic legs. Or should I say, mammoth legs. Get it? So yes, in some ways adding Neanderthals to the Olympics would rob us of a few medals. But it wouldn't actually be a totally unfair fight for us, as we now arrive to what I consider to be the gray zone, with the rest of the sports being, in my opinion, hard to call for either Homo sapiens sapiens or Neanderthals, and in some cases, I think are fairly clear wins for us. Now, some of the more competitive events I believe would take place within the iconic athletics program, which is actually made up of dozens of different events. Those that have to do a lot with strength, such as the hammer, discus throw, or shot put, could definitely go to the Neanderthals, who could just utilize their massive muscles once more to outpower us. However, we modern humans do have longer arms, a higher point of throw, and a better range of motion in the shoulders, which combined might give us enough of an advantage, especially in something like the javelin throw, where strong, but taller athletes with longer arms are often seen doing extremely well. In the shorter races within the athletic programs, it's possible that Neanderthals could perform well too, given their explosive energy that again grants them exceptional speeds. And some studies do suggest that a Neanderthal would take a modern human in a sprint. However, modern humans do have their own advantages too.
Yeah, but
As
we
while
have
long
longer legs.
do create weaker starts, they do allow for greater top speeds, thanks to the increased stride length they offer.
And better
Additionally, in the longer
efficiency.
races, we could see another one of our superpowers pop up, which is that we are much better designed for endurance than Neanderthals are.
Yeah.
And one of the strongest signs for this has to do with our Achilles tendon. Now, the Achilles is a tendon that runs from below the ankle all the way up to the back of the knee, and it's essential to running as it acts a bit like a biological spring, storing some of the energy that is generated when the foot meets the ground, and then helping it spring back up to generate some lift. And fun fact, it's actually the thickest and strongest tendon in your entire body, which helps us endure long distance runs, where our legs and feet must constantly absorb repeated impacts over and
Yeah.
over. And now,
We were
again, this
endurance
is in modern
hunters,
humans,
essentially.
but in Neanderthals, the Achilles tendon is a bit different, since their heel bones are longer than ours, meaning the tendon would be longer and thinner than ours, which thus means less efficient energy management over long distances, with the repeated impacts taking a quicker toll on them. And another indicator that Neanderthals have less fuel in the tank than us comes back to their higher proportion of fast-twitch muscle fibers, which in this case didn't do them much favors. Because while it does help with power and bursts of speed, it's really the slow-twitch muscle fibers that are more efficient at using oxygen to generate adenosine triphosphate, or ATP for short, the primary energy currency, you could say, in our cells, and thus making them better for endurance-based activities than the fast-twitch muscle fibers. And on top of this, Neanderthals, given their frame and anatomy, burned energy faster than us in general too, with one study estimating that
probably
their
why they
locomotion
went
energy
extinct.
cost would be 30% higher than modern humans. So I liken it to a car race, where one car is burning through fuel like a flamethrower, so sure, the start is impressive, but at some point, the tank just hits empty. And because of these factors, I think humans would fairly easily take the win in pretty much any of the sports that have a flawn or thon in them. In other words, the pentathlon and triathlon would surely go to us, simply based on the distance and time that's required, with Neanderthals maybe getting ahead in the start, but finding themselves fatiguing much earlier on. I also think tennis, badminton, and squash would be a challenge for them, simply because even though their bursts of speed and strength would allow for some blazing shots, you can't just beat someone one and done. They're often quite drawn out, and thus we win again in the energy department. Not to mention their clunky bodies might get more in the way than what they would hope for, while their shorter height and arm reaches would certainly hurt as well, with badminton and tennis's best players usually being a bit taller
They
than the
probably
general
wouldn't be
populace.
very good
And
swimmers
even if
either.
Neanderthals did scale up to modern human heights, there is still the fact that they were cold adapted, meaning their torso was relatively long compared to their limbs, and thus resulting in the situation again where modern humans would have a reach advantage disregarding equal heights. On the other hand, ping pong, another racket-based event, might be more of a fair challenge, as though it can get intense, you're often staying more in one spot. Furthermore, here we can see the true Neanderthal power shine through, resulting in blinding smashes and an amazing ability to reach the ball. Now, some people might think that ping pong, and other racket sports, would simply be out of the question for Neanderthals, given the classic trope that they were big old brutes that didn't know how to operate the finer tools in life, and also had limited abilities to grasp. Yet, we now know that this wasn't really the case, and just like us, they possessed advanced fine motor coordination, flexible dexterous fingers, and then on top of that, an iron-like grip that was far stronger than ours. And in life, this grip was used by them to firmly hold onto their large thrusting spears, which were their prime weapons in taking down megafaunal giants, who they would skewer, causing catastrophic puncture wounds. But in the Olympics, this grip could instead be put to use in holding the paddle like someone might hold King Arthur's sword to get it out of the stone. And this grip strength, and not to mention their speed, would also make them interesting fencers to witness as well. Now yes, our taller size would allow us to strike at them from further distance and attack with longer lunges, yet they might be able to counter us here through using sheer speed. And so I'd honestly think that we see this sport go both ways. Another area where their grip strength might have come in handy is an event that, I believe, would be much more competitive than you'd presume: climbing. Now, climbing is one of the youngest sports in the Olympics, making its debut in 2020, and it's not exactly something you'd imagine a Neanderthal
Yeah, but it's
doing a
kinda
whole
cool.
lot of, or being especially good at, given their wider, more robust bodies. And yet, that being said,
Welcome
some
to
evidence
high
in recent
school
years has
time.
pointed to the fact that they could have been naturals. For starters, based on their lifestyle and typical location of residence, it's believed that these guys mainly lived and operated in rugged, mountainous terrain that would require more moving upwards, downwards, and sidewards. And this lifestyle might have played into more climbing, where balance is of course key, and where their grip strength would have come in clutch. And then on top of that, while we do have an arm's reach advantage over them, being tall and lanky isn't exactly something that is required for Olympic climbing, with most of the elites being slightly shorter than their non-climbing counterparts. Also, now on the flip side, their more dense, stocky build could weigh them down, and their less flexible, more restricted shoulders could limit them as well when it came to optimal extensions. And speaking of their stocky build, this could also come to haunt them in any sport where you'd want to be light as a feather, where lightness is key. And this includes equestrians, as any little weight does make a difference in the speed of the horse, and in many cases a second can make all the difference. Then you also have a variety of sports where their shorter heights would also hold them back, acting as a major roadblock. Because out of the thousands of Neanderthal specimens that have been found, the tallest known individual didn't even quite crack 5'11". And sure, it's possible that a few absolute units were taller, they were overall a bit shorter than what we see in modern humans. And this would lead to some tricky matchups in sports such as basketball or volleyball, where height is obviously essential for getting above or to the net. And I think this would also be the case for water polo, which can also be a surprisingly grueling endurance challenge, given the added resistance that the water provides when sloshing about. Not to mention that their heavier bones would just weigh them down that much further. And based off of studies that looked at the height of Olympians based on their sport, we can also see that maybe rowing would also pose an unexpected challenge, as it has the third tallest players on average, more so than even beach volleyball, which again goes to cast a doubtful shadow
probably
on the
for the
performance of
leverage.
any ancient Neanderthal. Conversely, obviously, strength does go a long way in rowing, but being taller helps majorly by providing longer levers. With this case, your arms and legs allowing for longer, more drawn out and powerful strokes. However, there is something pretty interesting with rowing, which is that it's rowers who boast some of the highest lung capacities in the world, with the highest recorded lung capacity actually belonging to an Olympic rower. And this is obviously curious since the Neanderthals had mega lungs too, possibly suggesting this battle would be closer than we think. Now, I don't believe it will come as any surprise that events that rely heavily on flexibility and nimbleness would probably not be Neanderthals' top sport. And perhaps artistic gymnastics and rhythmic gymnastics are the best example of this, where to win the medal you have to possess a ballet level of fluidity, something that would be hard to achieve for the more robust, heavy, and likely stiff Neanderthals. This does lead to a new question though, which is, would a Neanderthal even know how to dance? And regarding all the other sports I mentioned, would they be able to use varying techniques, communicative callouts, and game plans? Basically, were they smart enough? And the answer is likely yes. Going against the typical Neanderthal stereotype once again, these humans were not thick-skulled dummies. Well, they did have thick skulls, but not dummies.
Yeah,
they were instead highly intelligent beings, who actually were thick in the brain too. As it turns out, they had very large brain cases, which in males would have housed a brain being about 1,640 cubic centimeters in volume. And for the woman, it was 1,460 cubic centimeters, which just for comparison is actually 30% bigger than our own brain, with the largest brain ever found in Neanderthals being 1,736 centimeters cubed, which is one of the largest ever recorded period in the Homo genus. Now with this said, this doesn't exactly mean we'd be facing Einsteins, as they were also bigger in body, and their brains were organized a little bit differently too. But their large brains did suggest that they were at least reasonably smart cookies, and would be well equipped to tackle the technical skills and strategy that it would take to be an Olympian. And we also know from certain discoveries that they were quite creative too, and able to coordinate quite well, which is obviously a plus for any team sports. And as I alluded to, what's interesting is that their brains weren't just larger than ours, but also differently shaped, with Neanderthals having a more bomb-shaped noggin that devoted more space and energy towards certain senses, especially the sight, given their relatively massive occipital lobes. While surprisingly, on the contrary, despite having a bigger nose, they likely had a worse sense of smell due to smaller olfactory bulbs. Thankfully for them though, none of the Olympic sports are really smell-based. Yet eyesight, now that's an important tool, especially in events such as archery and shooting, where their powerful eyesight would have probably provided better visual acuity, sharper focus on the target, and a better depth perception. And this no doubt would also help in events that required catching as well. But there is one lingering question about Neanderthals' ability to perform in shooting-related events, seeing that, as far as we know, they never shot a bow, or really used any other handheld projectile-based weapons. Yeah, in the over 350,000 years that Neanderthals existed as a species, it seems that they never made it to bows or slings,
what?
raising some
I
eyebrows in
just
their
get
ability to shoot
teleported?
items. However, certain studies and research suggest that the absence wasn't exactly because they couldn't operate these tools, but just that their lifestyle led
think
to
I was
almost
just
exclusively
teleported.
hunting very large animals, making bigger, stronger, more powerful thrusting spears much more effective than a bow,
I guess
throwing
I'll bring
spear,
my
or sling were meant for them.
Oh yeah,
Yet
sure.
I will
Why
mention
not?
that others do think it was more of an anatomical hindrance
What
to them
system are you
based
in?
off the construction of
Pyro.
their arms and hands. That personally I do think if
Pyro.
taught, a Neanderthal
I
could
mean
definitely
pyro.
let a few arrows fly. And the same certainly goes for shooting, which would arguably be easier for them, as the trigger mechanism is more simple and relies less on the flexibility of their arms. Another sport where their sight would have helped, but would also be a place where they would run into other issues, is golf. Now, to some, golf is just about whacking a ball with a club, something we presume that Neanderthals would excel in. Yet, the drive is just one part of the game. And depending on where you are in the course, you're gonna have to adjust for power and control. And this is where mobility comes into play, especially in the shoulders, hips, and back. And in general, modern humans did probably more mobile bodies than Neanderthals, and thus probably allowing for better golf form and control. Additionally, for all of my non-golfers out there, golf is actually surprisingly long, taking up to multiple hours to get through a course. And I'm not saying that Neanderthals would struggle here from a cardio perspective, as it's not that intense, but rather, you have to stay extremely focused for the whole game, at least if you're playing at a higher level that is. Something that might have been easier for us than Neanderthals, at least before all of our modern brain rotting. As studies have suggested that we have variants of at least one gene that leads to a larger frontal neocortex, an area of the brain that is largely responsible for planning and focus, allowing us, again potentially, to be more on top of our game the entire time, whereas Neanderthals might struggle. And this difference would perhaps show itself again in sailing, where energy isn't the problem, but instead, it's the fact that you have to stay alert throughout and have to constantly be adapting to the waves, current, and wind. Although, you never know, because almost paradoxically, despite living in primarily rugged mountainous terrains, Neanderthals were potentially lovers of water. To be exact, it's long been known that Neanderthals lived across the coast of the Mediterranean, but it was only in this century that we learned that they might have sailed across the sea as well, given that Neanderthal artifacts have been found on not one, but several Mediterranean islands, including Crete, Naxos, and Lefkada, meaning either two things. The first is that during the time of the Neanderthals, these islands were no islands, instead being connected to the mainland by land bridges. Or it's secondly, that Neanderthals had an unexpected capability of building rafts and primitive boats, which they then obviously used to sail around. And if the latter is true, then it probably isn't much of a stretch to say that Neanderthals might have made for some competitive sailors. And the same potentiality is also seen in another major water sport, swimming. Again, I don't know about you, but I don't usually picture Neanderthals hitting laps every day. And yet, there is some evidence that they actually did, as one analysis of multiple Neanderthal specimens found that almost half of them had something called surfer's ear, a condition that occurs when you are in frequent contact with cold, wet conditions, i.e. swimming. In response, your body adapts to try and protect your eardrum, leading to the growth of bony protrusions in the ear canal. And so, the high prevalence of surfer's ear suggested that, well, Neanderthals might have swam a lot back in the day, likely to forage for fish and other marine delicacies. And in fact, they were perhaps so prolific of swimmers that the rate of surfer's ear seen in Neanderthals is much higher than that of modern humans, of which about a quarter of us has some form of surfer's ear. So that's all to say that they were probably pretty capable swimmers, but were they good enough to take on Michael Phelps? I doubt it. As in general, the fastest swimmers are tall individuals with larger hands and feet, plus a natural flexibleness and slimness, which aids in cutting down on drag and maximizing the surface area of strokes, with the slimness aspect in particular being quite the challenge to Neanderthals, given their more robust, dense, and cylindrical builds, likely increasing their drag and also weighing them down. So, to conclude, I actually think Neanderthals would be a perfect addition to the Olympics, and would certainly beat us in, well, a lot of sports. Unfortunately though, I doubt we'll be seeing their admission anytime soon. Thanks for watching, and until next time, on Extinct Zoo.
Alright. Cool. Very cool. Right. Okay, I got 22% hydration. Isn't the best. Do you know the channel Veritasium? Yes, obviously I know the channel Veritasium. Dude's been making videos for ages now. Same with Vsauce. Okay, huh. I need a... I'm getting in... I'm getting the ship. Okay. I need a party invite, mate. No. I have no idea what his name is. So, oh no, there he is. We do this. See if he accepts. He accepts. Yay! I may survive if he's fast enough. 20% hydration. Oh, ain't onto it. Let's watch something else. Succession. Oh, what the fuck is happening? I might arrive just in time to bury my corpse.
This is the highest building in Europe. It's also a hotel, and I'm going to spend the next...
That's nothing I care about. Speed it up. Why is everything so trash? Well, there's this.
Have you ever wondered why we call some creatures in the water sea monsters, but we don't call things on land monsters? Well, there's probably a good reason for that, which is that the waters of Earth, not the land, hold the most terrifying, mysterious, and sometimes unbelievable predators that usually always out-nightmare their terrestrial counterparts. And because there's been life for around 4 billion years, and everything is constantly changing, it's only natural that tons of scary and frankly twisted oceans, seas, and their inhabitants have come and gone. But in the end, only one can take the crown as the deadliest. And it's hard to argue against that title going to a specific ancient seaway that existed tens of millions of years ago in the most unlikely spot of all. And what's really strange is that as fate would have it, its domain would one day give way to arguably the deadliest piece of land on Earth as well. And this wasn't just some coincidence, as its creation as the deadliest waters, and then the rise of the deadliest land, were both ultimately tied to a single event, which put the world in a collision course with both, so to speak. It all began roughly 100 million years ago in North America, when at the time, the continent looked remarkably a lot like it does today, at least from space. But when you got down on the ground, you'd find that nothing was normal. And I'm not even talking about all the dinosaurs or pterosaurs mocking about, but rather the land itself, as it was undergoing immense chaotic changes, with two tectonic plates bashing into each other on the regular, causing frequent massive volcanic eruptions and creating vast mountain ranges. The volcanic activity alone likely upended life in the area and made things rather difficult. But it was really the changing the land itself that threw a wrench in the timeline, as while the two plates were colliding, they created a massive basin that ran vertically down much of North America. Now, typically basins always have an impact on the environment, yet this time around, things were a little bit different,
took like
as everything
millions
else
of
about
years,
North America supercharged just how terrifying it
same
turned out
shit,
to be.
honestly.
For starters, the continent was less elevated at the time, and the world in general was way hotter, resulting in water levels being higher than normal. These 2 points combined resulted in mainland North America eventually being invaded by water, which began in the north with the Arctic Ocean rushing down through the basin where it eventually connected with the Gulf of Mexico, thus effectively slicing the continent in two and creating the Western Interior Seaway, which in my opinion is the deadliest body of water the Earth has ever seen. At its greatest extent, this seaway measured some 600 miles or 970 kilometers wide, and was over 2,000 miles or 3,200 kilometers long. And yet, it was remarkably shallow, only having a maximum depth of 2,500 feet or 760 meters. Now yes, that's still uncomfortably deep as far as swimming goes, but for its measurements, it was basically as thin as paper. And to really drive this home, 6 lakes on Earth right now have it beat in the depth department, and the Mediterranean Sea has a max depth almost 7 times greater, which thus makes you wonder, how could there be any sea monsters? However, it was this extreme shallowness of the Western Interior Seaway that largely resulted in an explosion of monsters, as it led to a large percent of it being shallow, warm, and sunlit, resulting in booming coral reefs and highly productive epipelagic and mesopelagic zones.
Oh.
Then, on top of it virtually being all tropical shallows, it also acted like a mega watershed, collecting runoff from both of the new island continents it created, Laramidia and Appalachia. This diluted the waters, but it also led to a lot of resources being dumped in, making the soup even more hardy for life, or so you could say. And this isn't even factoring in the gobsmacking amount of environments the seaway birthed, as besides coasts, you now had the new addition of lagoons, wetlands, marshes, deltas, and more. All of this combined was like roids for life, and it didn't take long until, simply put, you could find every monster you wanted on demand in their final forms, and thus leading to its loving nickname, Hell's Aquarium, if that's any indication for you. For starters, reptiles were largely represented by multiple giant mosasaurs, some of which were the largest of their kinds to ever live, and they were in many ways the head honchos of the seaway, and went after just about anything they could catch thanks to their titanic skulls, jaws, and chunky teeth, which were perfectly designed for cutting through massive bodies. The most famous, of course, was the Mosasaurus hoffmanni, but it wasn't actually the most common face, with that title going instead to the near equally giant Tylosaurus, as well as the smaller Platycarpus and Clydastes. However, because the seaway was just so abundant, Mosasaurs ended up being not the only apex predator you had to watch out for, as large hyper-predatory sharks also called the water's home, who often can measure 5
Right,
meters
right.
or 16 feet long, and in some genera could even outsize the biggest great whites ever recorded. And thanks to their teeth, speed, and sheer aggressiveness, it actually seems that in a few cases, these sharks ended up becoming much more troublesome for certain life than the mosasaurs were. So with giant mosasaurs and sharks to worry about, this alone would be enough for most to get the picture not to take a dip here. And still, the list of killers remained long, as giant carnivorous fish were plentiful too, who weren't only quite ugly, but could also gulp down man-sized prey whole, not caring about what you were, as long as you fit down its throat. And then on top of that, you even had krakens, i.e. cephalopods, to worry about as well, as it was in this relatively small sea that the largest cephalopod to ever live emerged, the Parapazosia, which weighed up to 1.5 tons. In other words,
Tentacles.
nearly 3 times heavier than the colossal squid, our biggest tentacled friend of today, which also makes this the largest invertebrate of all time. This being said, of course not everything that called these waters home were necessarily giant hunters, as there were plenty of plesiosaurs around that preferred smaller fishes, as well as giant sea turtles that weighed 3 tons but were rather chill, enjoying smaller sized fish and jellyfish. And then you also had a lot of animals that you could still expect to find in seas to this day, like obviously a diverse range of fish, other cephalopods, corals, algae, and so on. And as one might expect, it wasn't just aquatic creatures that got a piece of the pie, as the rich waters led to a mind-blowing amount of pterosaurs, and may have been directly behind the most successful one ever, at least from a number standpoint, the Pteranodon, which we know of through over 1,200 different specimens, and each of them could be 6 meters or 20 feet long, so by no means small. And then on top of this, it was also thanks to the sea's creation that we got one of the largest crocodilians ever, Deinosuchus, an 8-ton behemoth with a bite strong enough to obliterate bones, while also having absolutely overpowered armor which covered nearly its entire body. And to make this an even scarier prospect, this croc did not necessarily live solely in the sea, as it was found primarily along the seaway's coasts and adjoining waterways, giving you just one more reason to steer clear. And ultimately, no place was spared by the sea's influence, as even fully terrestrial animals got a power up from the seaway's formation, mainly since the division of the continent resulted in 2 brand new islands, Laramidia and Appalachia, which both became very diverse with different ecosystems, and resulting in North American dinosaurs undergoing a lot of diversification. So much in fact, that when the golden era of the seaway began, the land was climaxing too, so to speak, reaching levels of life unseen in ages, and both islands ended up producing their very own unique animals. And if you were planning a time travel getaway to one of them, here are a few key differences you might want to know. The western island, Laramidia, had on average much larger dinosaurs, possessing numerous sauropods which were more rare in Appalachia, while ceratops and ankylosaurids were much more prevalent here as well. You could also expect to encounter far more snakes while walking around, and though lizards in general were less common, the continent did have a pretty major insect problem, so make sure to bring bug spray. Though to be honest, I doubt you noticed it that much, as the biggest problem was the presence of relatively large tyrannosaurs, of whom a few evolved massive skulls and bodies, outsizing anything found in Appalachia. Yet, with all this said, don't think the eastern island was some peaceful paradise. No siree. Because while larger tyrannosaurs hadn't really taken root there, many smaller, yet still deadly ones did, namely the Dryptosaurids, who typically had longer, more versatile arms and claws. Plus, Appalachia had a dromaeosaur infestation too, as well as an increased number of large nodosaurs, hadrosaurs, lizards, and then get this, carcharodontosaurs, or at least one unnamed kind. And then, in a twist, it was here that dinosaurs met their match, as Appalachia was eventually overran by crocodilians. And not just the Deinosuchus, who was the most plentiful here, but also numerous other kinds of aquatic, semi-aquatic, and even terrestrial crocs. And for what it's worth, I'll also mention that for a short time in the early days, Allosauridia, and even the Acrocanthosaurus, possibly called this place home. So clearly, while life inside the western interior seaway was thriving, so was life on land. And it wouldn't be crazy to have called North America the most chaotic place on Earth, both in terms of land and sea. But the western interior seaway still had one final trick up its sleeve, as its presence had unknowingly laid the foundation for the most iconic dinosaurs of all time. While the sea had always kept animals on their toes, by fluctuating in terms of sea level, things started to take a permanent turn some 70 million years ago, as the water started to recede, and would basically never stop, courtesy of the continental plates starting to uplift, resulting the land rising higher and thus slowly draining the waters. While the sea receded, its disappearance, as well as the plate movements itself, had large physical impacts, and influenced the climate too, which potentially resulted in the fact that within a couple million years, only 20% of the dinosaurs from the seaway's glory days were left standing. Not to mention that many in the waters disappeared too, like Cretoxorina, Archelon, and Deinosuchus. So at first glance, this may all seem bad for life, and good for any potential time traveler looking to stay in one piece. However, as the saying goes, one man's, or dinosaurs, misfortune is another's opportunity. And while we do not know exactly where the seaway stood by 68 million years ago, we do know that it was greatly reduced, and in doing so, had created a very peculiar situation, as it opened up a huge amount of new land ripe for the taking, and created fertile soil through the sediment it left behind. And it was in this very vacuum that the most infamous place on Earth arose, which housed animals so legendary that of all the formations we know of, it has become the best known, and that is Hell Creek. Its domain stretched out across portions of present-day Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, and South Dakota, which had all prior been completely submerged by the seaway. And in its absence, the area had become a vast floodplain littered with swamps, forests, rivers, and lakes, which are all great for life. But something was still different about this place, as it was home to a lot of dinosaurs who were also record breakers. Chief among them, possibly the largest predator to have ever walked the earth, the Tyrannosaurus rex. It was partially thanks to the seaway's reduction and fauna turnover that it became the sole large predator in North America, and was without a doubt the baddest predator on the entire planet at the time, and perhaps ever, at least on land, as it was built like an absolute tank that can only be truly appreciated when comparing it to other giant carnivorous theropods. And for now, it tentatively remains the biggest of them all, at least from a weight standpoint, with the largest known femur indicating a weight of possibly 12.5 tons, while average sizes were between 5.4 and 8 tons. And just for good measure, the biggest complete specimen, dubbed Scotty, also holds the title as the largest completed theropod specimen known thus far. And as the rule goes, with great size comes even greater jaws. And the T-Rex had a titanic head, which was larger than a grown human, and filled with giant, pointed, and slightly serrated teeth that can be pretty much summarized as lethal bananas, and were absolutely overpowered thanks to massive muscles, which let it bite down with over 60,000 newtons of force, which, to put that into perspective, is 3 times greater than the current strongest bite force on Earth, and is strong enough to pulverize armor, muscle, and bone. And upon impact, it basically vaporized everything it touched, as evidenced by fossilized turds, which contained bones smashed so finely that they were like sand. On top of this, despite their appearance, the Rex also had deceptively strong arms that together could pick up weight close to half a ton
if I die, I die.
struggling animals. And then to complete the package, besides having remarkable vision and smell, there's also a chance that this creature was social, possibly forming packs, or at least congregating when blood was spilt. So, not great. And in the end, this was pretty darn close to a perfect predator, and its size plus bite allowed it to hunt giant herbivores that were often absolute units themselves, being off the menu for the vast majority of other predators. So clearly the Rex was one bad apple, and the last predator you'd want to run into, which is why Hell Creek was so deadly, as it was here that the king was the strongest, with a paleo study finding that it was the second most common dinosaur. And while it did live elsewhere in America, 85% of named specimens have come from this one place alone, so good luck trying to avoid one. And for the cherry on top, the T-Rex was quite rowdy even when not hunting, as among specimens many show signs of nasty fights, and in some cases bear evidence of cannibalism. And honestly, the only saving grace was that due to its absurd robustness, the Rex wasn't exactly cheetah-like, and probably didn't bother much with smaller fleet-footed prey. But don't you worry though, because while the Tyrannosaurus was the sole giant killer, Hell Creek was home to a lot of little killers too, relatively little that is, one of which may not have been so unrelated to it, the Nanotyrannus, a much faster and nimbler predator, but who was still uncomfortably big, hitting a maximum of 1.5 tons, and likely hunting things more close to our size, if you get my drift. Now, you may know that it's not really agreed upon what exactly this little nightmare was, as some say it was a juvenile T-Rex, while others think it was a unique genus. But frankly, I don't know if that really matters, because regardless of its true nature, it was still deadly, swift, and upended any potential peace for smaller animals. And then, in addition to many tyrants, you also had to reconcile with the fact that Hell Creek was a haven for raptors. Ironically, the one that we associate most with the T-Rex, the Velociraptor, was not present in Hell Creek, as they didn't even live in North America, but instead, we had other raptors, which were honestly much more scary, with the most common one being the Acaroraptor, who did actually happen to be very close related to the Velociraptor, but was slightly larger, measuring up to 3 meters or 10 feet long, and weighing the same as big Bernese mountain dogs. Like others of its kind, it was armed with lethal sickle claws and a light build, granting it both speed, agility, and deadliness. And what's more is that, like the king, this guy had a nasty bite, just for very different reasons. Seeing that its serrated teeth were backed by a relatively weak jaw, resulting in applying weaker, yet rapid bites to slash, cut, and incur blood loss in prey. And let's just say, this seemed to do the trick, as it ended up being one of the 8 most common dinosaurs in the area. And then on top of this, while rarer, you also had to worry about a much greater nuisance, but still of the same category, the Dakota Raptor. This fellow dromaeosaur was built a bit like the Acaroraptor, having light springy bones. The thing is though, is that it was absolutely massive for a raptor, measuring up to 6 meters or 19.7 feet, and weighing a bit more than even a grizzly bear. And of course, when you supersize a raptor, you get supersized claws too, with it
It's probably
being as
gonna be
long as a
fast
large
as fuck
chestnut.
as well, man.
So, about 9 inches from top to bottom, allowing it to pierce extremely deep into prey, puncturing and destroying vital organs.
That sounds
And what's more
even
is that its flexor
terrifying.
tubercle,
Yeah.
the part responsible for wielding the claw, was built in a way
Ah,
which
we
indicated
kinda don't know
that it
what
may have
sounds
had
they
the
made.
greatest slashing power of any dromaeosaur. The only good news here for herbivores and time travelers is that recently there has been a debate on if this predator had even existed, as some paint it to be chimeric. In other words, the bones that make it up may have come from more than one animal. But regardless, this still means these bones came from something. And the other raptors sure seem to have their own fair share of scandals too, as while another one, the Sarnatholestes, definitely existed, no one is certain if it survived long enough to see Hell Creek or had died earlier. And hopefully it's the latter, because frankly, the area did not need any more predators, because among the ones that did exist, there was already plenty enough carnage. And yet, you do not become the scariest land on Earth with just deadly carnivores. You also need equally intimidating herbivores, which is what you definitely got in Hell Creek. And I mean that to the fullest extent, as literally the average Joe in the area was the Triceratops, one of the largest ceratops, if not the largest, to have ever lived. To get a good idea of what this beast was like, imagine an African elephant, but more robust, meaner, and equipped with 2 pointed horns and a massive shielded head. Now, you have some semblance of what you're dealing with, and most predators can only dream of taking one of these guys down, with the larger ones sometimes weighing 10 tons. And even for the king himself, the T-Rex, they were no joke, with each of their 2 enlarged horns measuring over 3 feet or 1 meter long. And the Triceratops is actually the only dinosaur with direct evidence of having injured a T-Rex. And even amongst themselves, their brutalness was shown, as 14% of all specimens had damage to their heads, reflecting intraspecific competition. Additionally, it was also joined by the nearly equal giant Torosaurus, which just added that much more spiky horns to the neighborhood. Now, any formation would be iconic for having just one of the largest ceratopsids ever, but being big was simply the norm here. I mean, just ask the Ankylosaurus, the heaviest ankylosaurid ever discovered. This biological tank was armed, or rather armored, to the teeth, possessing bony osteoderms that were wider than dinner plates and covered most of its upper body, providing immense defense and heft. And while it was quite a bit smaller than the T-Rex or Triceratops in both length and height, it still gave them a run for their money in weight, with the largest clocking in at 8 tons. And it just so happens that it was also joined by other very armored and robust ankylosaurs, such as the Denversaurus. But what really made the ankylosaur so special, and an absolute menace, was its tail, or rather, what lay at the end of it, as it had 2 monstrous osteoderms that formed a hulking club that was then powered by flexible yet strong muscles that resulted in it being swung with greater forces than 370 professional baseball players swinging a bat combined. And based off of more recent studies, it possibly goes up to 1,000 players combined. So, enough to shatter even a T-Rex's leg upon impact. And while not set in stone, it is one of the few large animals from Hell Creek that's yet to be found with any damage tied to predators. Meaning, it was such a beast that even the biggest theropods in existence left it alone. And even the stereotypical dinosaur punching bag of the land, i.e. hadrosaurs, would have been in most cases an untouchable unit, as here we had the Edmontosaurus. This hadrosaur was among the biggest to ever grace the earth. And most forget that once in a blue moon, specimens indicate that exceptional individuals could grow to be 13 meters or 43 feet long, and most likely weighed more than most T-Rexes that it lived with.
I have a medgun.
And sure, it didn't have any clear visible weapons, but as far as titans go, it had speed, surprisingly powerful legs,
really good.
and a robust tail. So think of a mega-sized bull just without the horns,
and
and then throw in some deadlier kicks and a huge tail as well. So suffice to say, it probably wasn't easy pickings, despite how hadrosaurs are often depicted. And that's even before factoring in their tendency to stick to large herds, the scale of which would make anything today look absolutely laughable. So between all these giants, you pretty much had to be a titan amongst titans to even fathom getting by here. And lower to the floor, smaller predators still had their work cut out for them. Because remember that trend about them being big? Well, it extended to others too. For example, one of the 4 pachycephalosaurs, known in Hell Creek, was the largest of its entire clade, being close to half a ton, and had a built-in battering ram that it was very generous with using, showcased by multiple specimens found with cranial dents and cracks. There was also a good amount of unusually big oviraptors and ornithomimosaurs too, who often go forgotten about, but were quite diverse, the most notable among them being the Struthiomimus and Anzu, who interestingly enough were not predators, but rather herbivores or omnivores, with both being heftier than your typical human, but considerably faster. And in the case of the Struthiomimus, reconstructions have given it a top speed of 80 kilometers or 49.7 miles per hour, so almost twice as fast as Usain Bolt's top running speed. And ultimately, even birds seem to have gotten a bit of that good seaway stuff, as one of the largest avian dinosaurs of the time, Magnus avis, lived in Hell Creek, with its name literally meaning big bird, but not that big bird. So dinosaurs truly had Hell Creek on lock. However, as resource heavy as Hell Creek, non-dinosaurs will no doubt spring up too, and a wide variety of interesting ones came to make the land their home. I mean, we may even have to thank it for boids overall, as the earliest known one was actually found in this formation. Meanwhile, various crocodilians perused the waters, making any drink a exciting task. And then on land, you had carnivorous lizards, which reached sizes seldomly seen before.
It was just a PvP
And one
server.
genus was the Paleosanoa, which can only be summed up as a Komodo dragon looking like carnivore, but was in reality much more related to the Gila monster, and possessed literal shark-like teeth which helped it shred prey apart. And still, I'd rather have dealt with it than the true dragon of Hell Creek, the Inferno Dragon, or literally, Dragon from Hell. Now in reality, this was not a Game of Thrones dragon, but rather a giant pterosaur, specifically an Asdarkid, that for a long time was actually thought to be Quetzalcoatlus, but is now recognized as a distinct genus. And in life it had a wingspan of about 4.2 meters, or 14 feet, which is giant for a pterosaur, or really anything for that matter. And yet its true strength was not from its wingspan, but rather from its height. You see, while standing on its knuckles, it would have been able to easily peer straight over your head, and was equipped with its own titanic noggin that sported a pointy, sharp, long beak. And opposed to most pterosaurs who normally hunt fish, it's hypothesized that this guy preferred to stalk the lands on foot, using its large beak to swallow prey whole or pick them apart. And it's generally considered to be a mesopredator, meaning if you were a small juvenile dinosaur, squamate, or mammal, you were in for a whole world of hurt. So really, the only thing I can say about this is that it seems like wherever you were, Hell Creek had you covered with nightmarish animals. But perhaps the cream of the crop is something which may confuse you, because it is a mosasaur, the Hell Creek mosasaur. Now, this may seem odd, as I said Hell Creek wasn't a seaway, and yet in 2021, researchers found a mosasaur specimen here, and a monstrous one at that, with most estimating it to be 11 meters or 36 feet long, with a few even more liberal estimates giving it numbers as high as 15 meters or 49 feet, which if was the case, meant you'd have needed a bigger boat. And some have even tentatively called it a Mosasaurus hoffmanni, but for now, at least officially, it remains indeterminate. But at this size, it's hard to see how anything was off the menu, and even an unlucky T-Rex who ventured too close to the water might have become a snack. But the bigger and more perplexing question is what it was doing in Hell Creek. For a long time, researchers knew that the environment had a lot of aquatic creatures, like fish and a bunch of turtles. Yet these were mainly found in fresh or brackish waters, and in far more inland locations than where you'd expect to find a full-fledged mosasaur to be. So this has led to some differing hypotheses, none of which are currently verified. The most extreme of which is that this behemoth represented a population that learned to coast into brackish and freshwater from the seaway further. And another proposed idea is that it was simply a lone individual that had accidentally found itself far more inland than it should have been. After all, while not the seaway, Hell Creek was still connected to it through its water systems. But none of these ideas are turning out to be very strong. And some have completely gotten rid of the notion that it died in brackish or fresh water, with another, more supported hypothesis being that the seaway's demise wasn't as straightforward as originally thought, meaning that you had some episodes where waters would rise again, giving Hell Creek some pretty interesting coasts. Whatever the case, I think the point remains that Hell Creek definitely earned its infamy, which thus leaves us with a final question, and that is, how do you fix a place where virtually every animal has become legendary enough to obtain icon status? Well, it turns out that you give it a good old factory reset by lobbing a giant space rock at it. Thanks for watching, and until next time on Extinct Zoo.
Should be able to keep myself alive for a while. Chat disconnected. What happened? Okay, it got fixed itself. Right. Oh yeah, my tablet. Yeah. Yeah. Let's turn that fucker on. Right. The size 5 deadbolt and C788 cannons if we need. We'll see. I'm down for anything, honestly. I was just doing some missions. Like, I haven't played for so long, I don't know what's new. So I was just checking shit out, you know? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's get a sketch going first, shall we? Right, so I need ice. Enough. And then that has to have this sort of weird shape. Okay. So something like that. Oh, I'm incapacitated. Oh, 1.5 hours from now. I believe in you, Christopher. It's all I can do right now. Alright, so either way. Something like this. And then, the shape is kind of weird. Something like that. Huh. Something like that. Why not? And then we do the Microtech logo. Something like that. And then the fund is going to be there somehow. We'll see. And the box for the current patch. We'll do the logo here as well. That's supposed to be green. I quit game. I'm going to wait 10 minutes for the gates not working. Okay, sure. If I die, I die. I've got stuff to do, so you've got time. No, don't worry about it. Okay, my body started dancing. What the fuck is happening to me? Stopped. Oh, it started again. Okay, dude. Okay, then there will be the logo. Star Citizen. Yeah. Alrighty then. Let's see what we can do. I'm not sure if I like that. I think that's better. Oh yeah, that's better. Tra, ta, 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 ta. Actually, fuck yeah. That's what I should do. Have it like multiple. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Okay. Yeah. Has to be like. Something like that. It does not have to be very accurate. I overdid it. Oops. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah. Okay, that will work. That's the wrong shape. Send the invite. I don't think I can send you an invite anymore. I think you have to invite me. Maybe I can do it on Spectrum, but where's my Spectrum? That's not it. I'll just join. I can activate a rescue beacon, technically. So, if I find you on Spectrum... Yeah, there was no party invite on Spectrum. Reaper! Alright, was it this? Why did the music stop? There we go. Okay. Oh shit, what happened? Yeah, I fucked up the perspective of things. That shouldn't be visible. None of it. Oh yeah, that shouldn't be visible either. Fuck. Out from here to here. Yeah, fuck it.
Okay. Okay. How are we going? Not great. No, my ship is stuck, not lifting off. Reaper! Well, back to drawing then. It's too big. Oh, there is no text. Just the logo. Okay.
Okay. Do-do-do. Okay. What? I'll add that later with the color. I died. And respawned. Oh well. Well, thanks anyway, Christopher, for trying. Apparently something killed me. Something finished me off. And actually... Is this checkmate or is this Nix? I think this is Nix, yeah. That's not checkmate, it's way too clean. Oh well. The ship wouldn't lift off. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It happens, especially when you're trying to RP like me, where I don't just, you know, commit suicide as soon as there is any problem just to respawn, which is most players do. Yeah, this way. What do I even have here? I'm super far away now. Also, music stopped again. Like, what the fuck is going on with Spotify? Why is that application so fucking trash? There we go.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
So... Harston L1. These are bricked. I have a Ursa here. And that's it. I guess we get the Pisces.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has please visited.
Well, it's new patch anyway, soon. Gotta go for now. Yeah, 07 mate. 07, see ya. Have fun. And yeah, considering the location that your profile said that you live at, don't die. That would be nice. Don't die. Either to hit or a mob. Although I think Phoenix isn't that bad. It's mostly like California and shit. So yeah, cheers mate. Okay, well, I have to finish the drawing, so... And it's kinda late, so... I think I'll quit the game now. And I'll do the... What the fuck? Move faster, bitch. What the hell is wrong with you? I'll just, you know what? I'm just gonna do... Well, do we have light? Okay, we have light. I'll just do this for reference. Yeah. The fuck is happening, man? Okay. We continue. Right. Okay. I don't want to add too much detail, because it will make it so I will never finish it. Yeah, that's my box. A logo will be added later. Okay. There we go. Is it this one? Or this one? Da-da-da-da-da. Ay, 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 ay. Maybe not completely yellow. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, I forgot. Uh, what did I use last time? I think I used sand. Okay. Green and blue. And light blue. Okay. Need to go back to the skin and darken it a little. Whoa, too much. Nice. No. Okay. I need the light blue color. Right. Yeah. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. I just feel that in now. Okay, okay. Mm-hmm. Do-do-do-do-do. Mm. I need slightly darker one. Oh, what the fuck happened here? Ah. Fuck. Fuck me. God fucking damn it, fuck me. Okay, how much do I have to do over? Most of it. God damn it, man. Well, have to do it again. God damn it, man. Correct layer. That's why it wasn't bleeding, because it was under it. Ta-da!
Okay, okay. Da, 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 da.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So I'm gonna create an outline the way I want. Whatever, doesn't matter. Mm. I could do something about it. I forgot to close that. Okay, what do I do with you, huh? Why isn't it pronounced enough? Oh, that's why. I'm fucking it up again. Much better. What? Fine.
Yeah. Wait.
What the fuck am I doing?
Suicide, it's a suicide. Got the barrel to my chin, it's been do or die. Who is you, bitch? Who is I? Just an unclean fiend, spit in the brain stream. I get no fucks, I couldn't even care. Y'all be talking that shit, we all aware. I move through the system, burn your
It's not
religion.
it.
Don't give a fuck, got the accuracy, precision. Assassinship, the blacksmith shit. I'm back, we attack this shit like activists. Dog, you don't wanna get it with the soldier. Buffalo Bill on you niggas till it's over. Suicide is a suicide. What? Yeah, you know what it is, nigga. Suicide is a suicide. What? Yeah, you know what it is, nigga. Suicide is a suicide. What? Yeah, you know what it is, nigga. Suicide is a suicide. What? Yeah, you know what it is, nigga. Black Mick Jagger, abracadabra. My eyes turn to bullets, my fingers turn to daggers. Deep from the slums with the scum, it's no laughter. Black Cadillac, turn a nigga to cadaver. I'm over flexing, still protective. Come straight for your neck, bitch, natural selection. Roll another blunt, smoke it to perfection. We don't give a fuck, you don't give a fuck. Check this. Suicide is a suicide. What? Yeah, you know what it is, nigga. Suicide is a suicide. What? Yeah, you know what it is, nigga. Suicide is a suicide. What? Yeah, you know what it is, nigga. Suicide is a suicide. What? Yeah, you know what it is, nigga.
Huh.
Okay, so that works quite well. I need to make like a reverse thingy. How the fuck do I do that though? Yeah, actually, fuck, yes. Okay.
It's not only gonna be a better effect, it's also much faster. Okay. Oh my god, all the fucking details in this logo. I can fix it.
always the wrong layer, man. Yeah. Oh. Actually, yeah.
I don't wanna be here, I don't wanna be here. I just wanna live free, I don't wanna live in fear. They don't wanna see me in the nighttime. They don't wanna see me in the nighttime. They don't wanna see me in the scope side. Red light, head
I only take it and shoot it for fun. I shoot everywhere, I shoot holes in the sun.
Good morning, night city, a day in the light. I was on my own, catching a ride with the lady. Her hair hangs down past her thighs, blue and pistol shit. Satisfies leather jacket, zipped up tight. Big ones coming, look for lost and found. Iron gleams, bright and night city, where your appetite weighs you out to sunrise. She pulls my trigger, got me up alright. It's a danger pretty here in night city. Here in night city, got me up alright. Here in night city. The way you chase and tease me, get me up so high. We're on the rooftop, and you don't compromise. Too many hollow, empty bodies lying around my street. Don't testify. You got to whisper now on your own, and so we keep on moving. Gotta take it slow, no. She pulls my trigger, got me up alright. It's a danger pretty here in our city. She pulls
It's actually not bad. Okay. Right. I'm done. Time to end this.